I guess. I love you.
What happens when you have no idea what you're doing? I've not decided. Maybe I would ride. I got that Psyker waiting. Get a plan for his gun. I glued this sword on. Bad decision. Just kind of wondered about the model there. Nice. Nice. My COVID was confirmed, by the way. I was gonna go to work, but I did the test in the morning. I was like, I'll just check, just in case. And yeah, it showed up COVID before like the second. The second I went past the testing, it just went COVID immediately. So it was High viral load. So here I am. My mic is definitely out. Oh, I see. No, my mic was on, but the music was super loud. My music was super loud. I think I just moved the mic closer as well. Get it nice and close. Yeah, boy. Those are probably sprues, but paint them. Yeah, I think you definitely assist with these samurai. Not gonna lie, I really don't want to chat a lot. My voice is still fucked. Hand signal or type. The keyboard's really close now. I like clean my desk a little.
What is it? I don't know. I've always been quite content with my family. Don't understand it. always been quite content with my family. Don't understand it.
How you doing, Iron? Iron Skull Leroy. I'm doing pretty well. How are you? Well, doing as well as I can. Welcome to my stream. What are you doing? You sick? You're just tired. Oh wow, scary. Damn. That is some scary stuff. I'm on the COVID quarantine. My voice is also very sore. It's unless it's super weather. I mean, a tornado seems like super weather. Seems pretty super to me. Rum, ba, 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 ba. Is that a yearly thing? You have to deal with bears. Bears. Avalanches. Oh. That's the opposite of what I hear. I hear they're the dangerous ones. The ones that come after you. Oh, that's weird. Brown bears are the scary ones. Those other brown bears are the ones where if you lay down, they won't kill you. But the black bear will. Ah. Get out of here, bear. I mean, they're smart, right? They can't just go to the bear hospital and get fixed after a fight. They have to, avoid danger. If it's brown, lay down. So what you're saying is don't pat the bear. Do not pat the bear. Bear says no pats, please. Both of all, no pats, please. If I use this yellow instead, no. Said not. I think with the brown bear, you're supposed to, no idea. Come at me, bro. I think you just chill out and do nothing. Just be like, I'm just chilling here, dude. Dude, I'm just chilling. Relax. Dude, I'm just chilling. Dude, I'm just trying to chill. Relax. Bro, chill. Kind of big one. Well, I'll have you know, I'm packing the biggest gun around, bear. You best stay away from me. If ever I'm in bear territory, Iron, I would like you nearby. Keep me safe. Keep me safe from the bears. You allowed to shoot bears? They're protected. I guess in America they just do whatever you want. He's behind. I don't think so, cowboy. This forest ain't big enough for the both of us, bear. You either mosey on out of here, or I'ma get my Smith Western. Teach y'all a lesson. I mean, rude. Is that rude? Kodai country, is that they are? The bear is a gun. It's coming right for us. Da 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 da. Technically, you're supposed to have it. I wonder how much water I'm letting into the house. It's raining. I got that door wide open. I assume the door is waterproof. Water resistant. What's It's been a hot minute. What minis have you been, or would have liked to have painted today, Iron? My Iron brother. Brother! Rabbits and deer, so they claim to kill. I think that would be called animal cruelty if you shot it. Okay, but I guess that's obviously a law about humans. Shoot him in the leg. Disco Lord. Ha 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 ha. Staying alive, staying alive. Ha 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 ha. I got to start collecting Eldar box. And I've got the Corsairs. I have the other side of the coin of what you have. Hey Joker, I didn't see. My brains are. So just be mindful of that. It's a little. You are doing or finished the emergency service thing today that you were going to do? Byung, byung, byung. Boom, 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 boom. Not sure who the Disco Lord is. Oh, is this the Zinch Lord? On a disc? The Sorcerer? With beer flu. Lol. Lol. It seems like it's a combi weapon, but let's see. It looks like a hybrid light machine gun. Not sure what it is. I have no idea what it is, yeah. I assume it's a heat vent. Because the bullets seem to eject from here. It must come out quite quickly if there's too much gas in there. Well, I'm painting it yellow, so if you want to call it plasma, you just call it plasma. But if it's heat vent, regardless, it's hot, so it's yellow. Stay away, very dangerous. Dangerous, very dangerous. Oh, my hand's got a bit of a shake to it. I was looking at different painting handles today. If I was at work today, I was going to print a one of these with a ball bearing underneath it, so that way I could have it clamp like this and rotate. Because my current rotating thing I made out of just plywood, and the model doesn't really stick to it. So I think it was you know, if the model can't stick to it, it's a bit of an issue. Like, blue tack's just not enough. I was gonna buy these miniatures. Wait, Joker, do you have, or are you allergic to resin? No, that's mini scribber. If you find someone with a printer, maybe have a chat with them. There's these models with titties I want to buy, but it's gonna cost me $100 for all the models. I don't actually know what the cost for the STLs are, so maybe it doesn't matter. I was looking for an Australian supplier of the models. I couldn't find one, but the models are on like some website from England. Oh, they're out. Oh god damn, look at these, man. They got 2 feet. What the hell? I guess he's pretty bad at dancing with those 2 left feet. I saw the someone was playing this on YouTube with this army, and it showed the patriarch model. I know we were talking about the patriarch, whether the patriarch is considered the emperor. Maybe it's time for a tablet. It's a good joke, no matter what anyone tells you. I was wondering if I should do this top part as yellow as well. I attempted a little quick metal there, didn't work. I doubt I'll ever see this video again, but the mix of graphite and whatever that golden brown. Pretty good base coat. Good coverage. Yeah, I think it should be. Up 2 yellows. Hey, yeah, I'm at home. Not at work. So I can stream a little bit earlier. How you doing, Joe? I don't think it's a risk painting today. No, you can do it. You can do it. I'm okay. I think action cartoons are fantastic palette. I've changed my style many times. I think I seem to keep falling back into like Tron. I really like the Tron style. You working on something today, Hunter? What are your plans for the day? Ooh. Ooh. Get him that fish. Oh, Roguldon. I quite like the aesthetic of Imperial Fist. As you not turn out good. Why? Yeah, yellow is hard. Yellow is hard. Do you want to share? Do you want to talk about it? First ever army. Brave. Yeah, that makes sense. You want to be vibrant. If you got like constant like war and like bullets and things, you want to know who. There's a Discord you could post it to, or you could put on Imgur. I'll give you a. By the way, my voice and the way I'm talking is a little bit funny because the old corona. So if ever I say something that seems a little a bit funky, that's why. You can put it on there if you like. I'm gonna give him a hello. Okay, open actual Discord. Let me give him a hello. Hello. And then just post it anywhere you want. My Discord's a Wild West as well. My Discord, there's bears with guns. We don't play around on my Discord. Listen, you wash the brush, you put it down, you go to work 30 minutes, come back. If the paint's no good, it doesn't matter. Just put more paint on. You shouldn't worry. The only thing is just rinse the brush. In this reel is a Imp Fist thread. I did plain with yellows. That's the wrong link. You sent me some sisters. I will check the other pictures in a sec. Give me a sec. Skull sisters. Red, yellow. Yeah, and then you did great. So how did you do it? What was your yellow method? God damn it, it's ruined. Ruined. This dog going. Kirby! It's barking at someone. I heard it. Just so you know, the picture will be bad because I use an Android. Android's amazing. Don't give me that. Why? These are great. These are your first like models? Are these your first model? Dude, they're really good. There's absolutely nothing wrong with what you've done here. Like, your yellow's completely fine. Would you like to know what my advice is for the next steps? Give it to you regardless. So I'll show you this one. It's not finished, but it should serve the purpose. So it's red, obviously, right? Not yellow. So right now you've got one color of yellow, right? And your color is good. So the danger with yellow that they talk about a lot is it turns green, right? From what you have underneath it, or it's got bad coverage, but you've got good coverage and it looks yellow, right? So your next steps are your highest areas, you need to keep the yellow. Don't put anything on top of it. You need to, Space Marines in particular, you want to create borders around the parts. So for you, it might be an orange or a brown, whereas I got a black line here. You'll kind of wash it in through here. You could also use purple, not gonna lie. Depends on what you like. Like, so line these things. The other thing you could do, so you don't have to do that. I avoid it. I didn't do it up here because I thought it looked bad, so I didn't do it. Is create shadow. So you can glaze some oranges or some purples mixed with your yellow, very wet, and like put them in the shadows to darken the things that are in the shadows. And you can do that underneath. I think I've got that same model you have actually. It's this guy. So like, make some areas darker. You have these mid-tone areas, which is the yellow that you keep. And then what you can do is on like the raised areas, add some white. And with yellow, white works well. And then start like putting in that bright yellow in the areas that are raised. It might catch the light. What colors do you have? Because that red, if you mix a tiny bit of that red into your yellow, that creates an orange. And then if you put some water into it, it should come out as like a wash. That's a yellow. All right. So that's yellow, right? So I've got like a yellow and a red. Real small touch of red. Touch. Mix it up bit by bit, and then like this is a pretty strongish orange. Get a water and really make it thin. Because I don't know what colors you have, but you definitely have red and yellow. And so if you like brush it over your thumb like that, it should be like completely see-through. Right, it's basically a colored water. And you don't want a puddle at the end. If you get a puddle at the end of your brush stroke, you gotta dry off the brush onto like a paper towel. And then you just kind of brush into the shadow. So where you want the darkest part to be, brush into it. You should see very little difference if you're glazing. If you're like doing more of a wash, you'll see more of a difference. Right? And then you create some shadow. The risk with using Nuln Oil with a yellow model is, again, you might turn the yellow green because the nature of black is that black is generally a blue when it comes to paints. And blue and yellow are... you don't want to mix them. Right? And so what happens is you create a little bit of depth. And then if you say you don't like that, right? It's too dark. Look at the actual yellow. Yeah, see? You don't want that. So you gotta avoid that. So then, you don't want to lose your base color, because your base color right now is the strongest yellow you can get. So normally that would be one of your highlights. So my yellow here, so I want to make that brighter. So now I just do it in reverse. I make this yellow nice and wet. So that's a very cold yellow. And so there's a puddle. Well, it's not really a puddle at the end. And so now I'm going to drag it from that shadow E area, not the full shadow, back into the brightest area. So I leave my brush, like my brush ends where I'm okay for that pigment to sit there and become brighter or more saturated. So if my brush has got bright yellow on it, I want to end in the bright yellow area. And then what this does is potentially blend those areas together. Now I'm not saying you need to blend it all. I'm just saying you create some shadows. And then you can experiment with highlighting. The next thing I could say is the paint is very thick. So, you want to progressively learn to paint thinner. But I can't reiterate this enough. It is really, 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 really good. Hey, Pega Paints. Hello. Very loud. Look, it's really, really, really good. You should be super proud of yourself. You've done, like, amazing. Ah, Higa. Higa. Pee. Holy shit. What the hell? Welcome to the COVID stream with a man who is struggling. Hiya! Thank you so much for the follow. Arigatou gozaimasu. First of all, 429. Thank you for the raid, Mr. or Mrs. Heroes Brush Hour. We're here, baby! Yep. Woo! Bunny's Revenger. Hello. Ellie Fire Spray. Hey. Pipe. That raid train got the hamsters, got the yellow faces, got a veteran, got a hero's brush saying, let's paint some stuff. So many people. Papaya Pogger's gift is freaking fantastic. I love that. That is cool AF. Let me thank some people. So I die of COVID. Holy Fire Spray. Thank you. Tools of Paranoia. Arigatou gozaimasu. And Hobby Vices. Hobby Vices. Maybe I'm interested in your Hobby Vices. Arigatou gozaimasu. Hero Brush Hour. Thank you. I have no idea if you can hear that, but that's Yuli's thing. Gaga. It's a bit of chaos going on. Bit of chaos. Gotta dance. You need to calm down with the sax. Not you, Joe. You're allowed to go crazy. Colonel was a bit nuts. A bit? Arigato. Thank you. Thanks. Every time someone says me bits and things, I need to tell you it's not needed. Thank you very much. I appreciate it so much. But your presence and your beautiful souls are what makes my heart warm, and not with COVID, but with happiness and kindness. Arigatou gozaimasu! James of Brazil. How are you? Pepper got some love there. I love the Pepper screaming. Pogosaurus. Pogosus. Pogosus? You doing good? Nice. And there's no heretic talk. You're all children of the older god. Not the emperor, although may they rest in peace. So, I don't have many people in my stream, but if you want to share your stuff, yeah, so my voice is gone, but Heroes Brush Out, I'd love to see your stuff. I'm sure you're a superstar, and I could draw much inspiration from everything that you do. And thanks so much. Thanks for the follow. All the viewers are yours, but if there's any unfollowed viewers, go follow them. I'll need to do that as well. Papa Nurgle warms my heart. Chaos. Scum. The veteran wargamer, providing his experience and tactical knowledge to war gaming. Thank you. What is that sound? There's a lot of sound. Something wrong with this color. It's not doing what I want it to do. Thank you. I'm from Australia, as you may know from the Oz thing. I don't normally stream this early. On Saturdays and Sundays I might, which is tomorrow, well, it's in a few days actually for me. But I'm quarantined from work because I am diseased. And so here I am in my room painting. Turns out my life is just basically quarantine, so nothing has changed. Thank you, Pepper. I appreciate it. Hydration. Hydration. It's the demon giving you a kiss from the wall. The demons that give me kisses kiss me somewhere else in the chat. On the forehead. You sick and twisted chaos freaks! I'm a degenerate, Joe. I've always been a degenerate. There is no saving me. I just painted the thing that I did not want to paint. Dang it. So this is a Chaos Psyker. It's gonna go to Colonel. The surprise is I'm probably just gonna give it to Colonel for free. Ask for postage and that's it, but don't tell him. But yeah. Woo. Who says I need to be saved? Yeah, so everyone who came in, including Pepper who just came in just randomly, thanks for coming. Thanks for hanging out with me. Wait, Pepper? Pego. Also, one of our... One of Heroes followers, can you send me like his Instagram or something so I can have a look? This is link friendly. This is the Wild Wild West. Wild Wild West, baby. All kinds of things happen here. Send what you want, say what you want, within reason. Be just do your thing, yeah, boy. Evil Pepper. Get that Pepper out of here. Pepper? I've seen one episode of Pepper the Pig, and it seemed okay. I don't remember it. Yellow? Up here, you reckon? It's the best show. Perhaps I need to watch it. I'm normally a lot more bubbly than this, by the way, fellas, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's just, Le Covarde. Oh, Octonauts I've actually watched, and that is so good. There's like little cats and stuff. Oh my god. When my nephew and niece used to come over, like we'd leave it on all the time. They're so adorable. They had to like save a little squid or something. It was like, oh, we've got an important mission. And there's just like this little squid. And they saved it. Bakugan or whatever, that came out just as I was leaving high school, I think. Oh no, that was Beyblades. on Cheese TV. Ches TV. I can see that there's chats, but I assume you're all talking to each other, and I'm, yeah. I'm a little out of sorts. So I'm just chilling.
Standing in front of a boy.
There are cards?
Asking.
I don't remember cards.
But I guess if I love you,
I can join you with the Bakugan. I've seen like traditional ones. There's like this video of this old man, these two old dudes like playing, and the things are amazing. They're just like whizz, wah, 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 wah. Might have been a Beyblade, but regardless, it was a spinny toy. They're very powerful. Powerful toy. Great power. Great power. I had this idea, Colonel, and I was gonna do this color like as a band down here, but I kind of chickened out. Not gonna lie. It's adorable. And a real Bakugan aficionado. No, you keep going. It's basically a social platform. You should be chatting to each other. I'm just here to be the handsome background. There is no chat. You are the chat. It was just raiders raiding and being like, ah! As beautiful as they are. I miss this. I'm like, I could use some of your vices, hobby vices. It's like, you're my hobby vice, baby. Lol. I really gotta shorten that down to like 15 seconds. I can't dance for that long. Maybe like 10 seconds. Bum 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 ba ba da. As you can see, I don't really edge highlight, do I? I saw this video today of this chick that I just started recently. Like I watched one of her videos, the non-metallic metal, and I was like, subscribe, and she was talking about the Golden Demon winners, and she was like really confused about how some people won and some others didn't. She was just like reaching out, trying to find out I was gonna comment, and then I just sat back and was like, what the hell do I know? I literally know nothing. I didn't know this guy in the comments from like France. You make Duncan cry? Why? Oh, because there are no edge highlights. The skink is actually amazing, and I fully understand why that one. Like that's easy peasy. And the main reason it won is because it connects to the base. It has atmosphere, whereas the silver did not. And the skink is literal perfection. There's zero errors at all. So my understanding is the way they score it is they have different categories. One of them being technique, one of them being atmosphere. And then because it's Games Workshop, the other one will be true to law. And so the skink had atmosphere because it connects with the base. On the website, here's what you gotta do. On the website, you see that Andy Wardle's diorama came first. And it doesn't look good in the website. Because the photo of it is rubbish. But they actually go and look at the model. Wow, oh my god. It's like atmosphere. It is like literal atmosphere. Full story. Like the painting is like god tier. Really nice. But again, this is all of those people are about, you know, maybe 2,000 hours away from me. So that would be another, like, say 4 years until I could maybe paint like that if I was painting every day. But at Golden Demon, you got to get through the little glass doors. The little glass door will prevent you. You can't get in those cabinets. Those cabinets are. There's a little rope, I believe. There's a little rope. You ain't getting past that little rope. I am a warp horror. I can do anything. Beltan warp spider. Cannot roll a 1, double 1, because Beltan rolls a 1 on the advance count as 3. So it's a minimum advance of 6 and no risk of perils. They are masters of the warp. Masters of the warp. There's this cute model of like a Gretchen fighting a Nurgling on the side of a building. It's so good. It's so good. I think this white was too strong. It's white and yellow. Yes, I guess. It's very cute. There's actually, and this is me throwing shade, maybe. There's someone in that lady's comments who said, oh, he saw Vince Ventrilla's duel, and he was like, it's much better, but it didn't win. And I remember seeing that model, and it looked like the demon was like looking just off into space. So that bothered me. So it may have bothered the judges. So whereas everything else might have been really nice, just the head placement might have knocked it out. But from like judging painting, ultimately it does the judge like it. So should never take it personal. And the chick says that. She did mention that. So there was no salt in her video. It was just she was very, very much driven, and she wants to win a golden demon. Which is understandable. You know, goals are important. That's interesting because I saw that like a year ago. Is the one with the background? It's like really vibrant red and there's like smoke underneath it.
I don't know. I've always been quite content with my family.
Like a blue smoke. I feel like I saw that a year ago. It couldn't have been. It would have been like January. I can't remember where I saw it, whether it was on Instagram or like I actually think it was on Eric Swinson's stream. I don't know if Eric Swinson painted that, but I think the person sent it to Eric Swinson asking for advice. I think that's where I saw it. Mr. Swinson, of course, won the piston. Which I don't know how that works. Whether that model was a Games Workshop model or like what that was. There's something about this golden brown that is different to what it was last night. Pepega. I'm trying to think what you were painting. Ah, it was the skinks. You were painting the skinks. The warband. If everyone here is not... I think everyone should just click to everyone's account and just go follow them. But Peg is she streams. So if you like streamers, go check her out. I still need to see actually I think I've seen, because it was Brush for Hire. I think I've seen that guy's stuff. I think I already have seen that stuff. No, Hero Brush's Hour. Let me go spy on his stuff. Let me go hide behind the bushes and have a look. Try to see underneath his shirt. See what kind of abs he has.
If you don't know about what we do here on the Heroes Brush Hour, we speed paint a model in...
I think this guy's got a
like no orgs.
YouTube channel, I think.
No orgs.
YouTube channel, I think. Oh, that's me. Wait. They hosting me? Is that what this is? The Lonely Havoc and the Hobby Bias of Instagram. Let's have a look-see. Golden Demon? What's that mean? I'll show the greatest skill in the community. What was it? I am Dan Gomez. 1 hour speed paint. Well, I'm a Warhammer hero. What can you possibly achieve? Andrew. I don't know who Andrew is. If you insist, then. Is it gonna put the sign back up? Oh my god. I think I've seen this movie. Oh god damn. I love that. I love that so much. This is what I'm looking at. Yeah, they're a really sick painter. They paint yellow. If you want to look at some yellow. What a pro gamer. 11,000 followers, Jesus Christ. They must have a YouTube channel. They must. Burp. I burp. Burp. That's why the yellow looks different, because there's no yellow in it. It's like this golden brown is doing the same thing as yesterday. Yesterday it was more yellow. Because there's yellow in it. Perhaps I should put some yellow into the brown. So I'm weird if you haven't noticed. So get it. Hello, boy. I reckon I should have painted those like a different color, like blue, red, something more interested than this little lame bulb. I swear this is a chicken. He's got a chicken on his chest. This right here. This is chicken. He's like, I like chicken nuggets. What of it? He's like, boy, we're the chicken nugget club in here. Yeah, it's a very different. So this is like kind of like looks like it's a brass, whereas the stuff in his chest is very gold. I guess maybe I could put some yellow on it. Sorry, orange on it. You reckon? Give it a little bit of an orange tinge to try to match the stuff at the top. Yeah. Yeah. Glaze, probably a little wet, but whatever. I primed my Guardians today in Eldrad, so I haven't decided what to do the inside of the cape for Eldrad, so that's a bit of an issue. That would be a problem if I can't decide, because I kind of need to do that like before I glue the model together, and I need that done. Oh my god, his pants. Oh, what color do I paint the pants? Black, done. Black pants. They're kind of tattered, which is a bit weird. Mm. I accidentally painted his crotch. Meatball, my man, you just left. You were riding a tank, driving around, and you just like, I'll be back. And then he wasn't back. He just left. I had my cat. And I went and fed her. And I came back and there was no meatball. And then I went back and checked the pod and I was like, oh, what happened? I had food. Oh, delicious, delicious, delicious food. Did you enjoy it? Was it a very tasty snack? Was your snack very tasty? Was it a very tasty snack? What it said on stream. I don't know. You can't trust anything I say, Meatball, let's be fair. Yeah, boy. Also, make sure that cat... I know you probably think that cat's annoying for your friend, but I love it. It's just screaming. It's just screaming. Wah! And it's not like a meow, it's like an actual scream. Like, if your neighbors heard it, they would think someone was dying. So you should have picked it up. Should have got it, picked it up, and be like, you cutie little meow. And then hugged it. Be like, hey, little butthead. You should have provided it with the pats. Yeah, that's fine. Apparently, I learned this the other day. Apparently what you do is you just let them go up there, have a look, you let them smell, and then they won't be interested anymore. They'll just kind of be like, yep, okay. You like hold them, and then you like lift them up, and you're like, this is what's up here. And then they're like, yeah, it's kind of boring. I feel like this cat it loved you. You should have played with it. My cat's super hyper, and I understand. Cat, like my little black cat, she's she can go feral. She needs the outside world, otherwise she will rage against the world with great abundance. Alright. Before I do this face, I want this staff done. I need a color of this staff. I don't think you missed anything. I painted the pants, I think. I don't know. I don't think I did anything. Well, Pepper stopped talking. So, there was no Pepega, no Beyblades. Bakugan. I think I saw it. Wood color? Their roommates, they used to kiss a lot. minutes. Oh, hello, Payday. Oh, I just ate hair. Sorry. It's good. Should I just eat the hair again? No, I don't think so. Oh, one person saying wood for the staff. Staff. Looking at that video, I think that gold's not very good in the brooches. I don't know what it is. It's a psychic. There's like a thing wrapped around the bottom. Red could be interesting. It lines up with the red of the gun. Great line. Yeah, you said that. I saw that. I just wanted options. As I lean back, you can see my nose. See my chin? You see my chin? No. Alright, dark what it is. Yeah, Payday. Streaming early. Because I got the COVID. Oh, give me this cat. Oh my god, it's a little Bengal. Oh my gosh. I would squish this cat. I would squish this cat. I would squish it so much. We're gonna do it. Don't worry about it. It's very cute. Very cute. Very cute cat. Orange. Probably want green actually. I'm gonna touch orange in the palette, just a touch, so I can modulate the color. Get some green. I'm gonna mix it with the red oxide. So provide a nice, rich, earthy brown. As a rich earthy, you like that language, do you? Oh yes. How very preposterous. I try to like keep the paints in the paint thing, so when I clean up, I like don't have to clean up. Just like, just don't clean up. Just walk away. My cat is way more chill. Where is your cat? Give me your cat. Did you just post it already? Is that what that number 1 means? Oh, it's a little butt. Well, he's very furry. Ah, it's like a white and black potato. My sister once described this cat that was like running around the neighborhood as like baby potato. And I was like, oh my god, every time I drive past, I'm like, baby potato! This cat's like terrified of me. I'm just like drive by screaming at it, baby potato! He likes his butt rub? Well, you rub his butt. Okay? You give him as many butt rubs as you can. White nose and chest. And chest. Ooh. I think my my previous cat, who I love dearly, Meow Meow, she had that same. She was all white. She was like a little cow. I used to have her at the bottom right of my screen. Little picture. So cute. Super silly. It's perfect. Personality. It's a rare exotic wood from the planet of... from Terra. One of the rare trees grown in a little hive city. Pemmican is sweet, full of amazement. Orange cat. Oh my gosh, what a little poodle. Oh, so cute. So cute. Oh, that bot just wanted a friend. Well, a little pink nose. Steal the cats. Moderators, lol. There's a new sheriff in town. He's got a big iron on his hip. And an even bigger iron in between. Johannes, we spoke about this. Quit with those jokes, okay? I'm trying to be the sheriff of this town. Yes, sir. Boom, boom, boom. There's like primer all over that bit of thing I'm using. Bad choice. Attempt to clean the brush with that. I can't remember how to paint wood. Last time I tried to paint wood was when Meatball was here. And I was painted a Dungeon Bowl chest. You know how many games of Dungeon Bowl I've played now? 1. That was a great investment. That was a great investment. Still painting the teams. Priming, one of the most #1 important things in miniature painting. Do you know that? According to me. No. You're actually both very good. I've seen both your stuff. Ah. But yeah, so prime, if you're using a spray can, you gotta shake it. Shake it for 2 whole minutes, not 30 seconds. Not, oh yeah, I got a good shake here, it doesn't matter. No, you shake it for that full 2 minutes. Whatever it says on the can, you do it. You gotta shake. I feel like that should be a different color. Bum, ba, bum, bum, bum. Well, that's a problem. I don't know what Xanadu dust is. What's wrong? Are you just putting it on too thick? Like, does it look like there's texture buildup? If there's texture buildup, that means your can was too far away. The particles have dried before they've hit your model. I like that this thing looks like kind of old and danky. Because it's like, that's what like relics should look like. They shouldn't be like these fandangled, really beautiful looking like plasma pistol. It should look like a stick with some metal wrapped around it. It was found on some planet and it has been used for some like ritual for 10,000 years. Your marines do not look like it was too thin. Unless your yellow is very thick. But yeah, like I said, priming, getting good at priming is, I think, a priority. If you're going to be a good miniature painter, it's a priority. Absolute priority. And then the second most important thing, or equal most important thing, is being able to put down a single, flat, homogeneous color without losing detail. Yeah, if you can test it on a spoon, on a piece of wood, or believe it or not, on the sprue. You know how you cut the model out of a sprue? It's the same plastic. Test on that. I'm going to describe the technique to you. Just in case. I'm sure you've seen it. If I was a very, I had a bad thing in my head that I was thinking of doing. Saying. All right, so too close. Gotta go farther away. Don't start the can directly over the miniature. You spray from the side of it, and you go across. Let it dry a little. Or go across, let go, press, go across, let go, go across. So press, pass, let go, press, pass, let go. If you're too close, it'll end up really watery. If you're too far away, it'll end up very speckly. If you spray it and like what you can do is dust it and then let it dry, and then dust it again. Let it dry, dust it again. Bubbles, that means you're too close, right? But you're close. Apparently isopropyl, I've still got your cat screen, by the way. Little cute little pink nose. Little Mumu, hello, hello, you little Mumu. Oh. Also, I don't know what Xanadu dust is, but if the paint is a white, there's nothing to distract me from. I could argue this is done. If the paint is a white, it's harder to put on. Black goes on smoother. I legitimately try to avoid white. I still do love white. And beige coat, which can be really bright. It should be okay. Nice Xanadu dust. Sure, it's a primer, not just a paint. Because the Wraith Bone, I think, is like a contrast paint. Maybe it's just too humid and too wet where you are. I assume that's wet, right? I'm walking here. That doesn't sound right. Aren't you very like north of the globe? Like near Canada? Doesn't sound like a very dry area. Well, then it could be, maybe it's too dry. I don't know much about spray can primers. But I know that some people put them, like they warm it up first, warm the can up. Oh, that's a dry cough. Ugh. There's like this little like white glint of these things. There's clearly the white primer showing through that I just can't seem to get at. Isopropyl alcohol. It's hit off plastic. Also, AK paint stripper. I use that and I like it. I've heard, yeah, simple green as well. I've never used isopropyl or simple green, but I've used a thing called Biostrip. That was a pain, and it worked well. But with old minis, my Barbarian in particular, it's melted the skin off, or it scratched. It made the skin soft. Thanks. Because you're so new to painting, potentially you should just paint the model, and then if you don't like the outcome, then strip it. But I wouldn't focus so much on getting the primer perfect. I would, right? But I would still then paint the model. But try it, yeah, further away, I guess. That's a big model. But here's the thing, what if you spend, like, you primed it 10 times to get it perfect, and then your paint job, you're not happy with? Like, wouldn't you rather practice your paint job 10 times, and you're priming 10 times, as opposed to practice priming 10 times, and then paint once? I'm still committed to saying that you should paint the model first. No, definitely not paint spirit. You will melt the plastic. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. How much money are you willing to spend? This doesn't go very far, but it works. Now, I've had a person, there's a guy called Morbus Curiosity or something. And he says that all this is watered down isopropyl alcohol. And isopropyl alcohol, I think you can get really cheap. But this is not cheap, this is expensive. I've heard people like they say, because I read on Reddit, this was like 2 days ago. It's like someone was talking about a plastic model, a current plastic model, and the guy was like, isopropyl alcohol, soak it overnight, and then you brush it off. Yeah. The thing they don't tell you about though is like you gotta scrub like crazy with that other stuff. Because I had the same amount of acetone in my metal models. They're just like, oh yeah, just put it in acetone and it'll just come straight off. I left the shit in the acetone for bloody a month, maybe 2 months, can't remember. Doesn't work. It has to be like freshly activated acetone, and you gotta scrub like hell on metal models. If you use acetone on plastic, it will melt the model. I have a ton of like Warhammer models, fantasy, that I bought to get some Warhammer Quest models, and I will probably just on-sell them solely so I don't have to strip them. Because goddamn, stripping models is shit. It's that hair came directly out of my mouth. It takes hundreds of hours to get like really, really good. Whether that's hundreds of hours of like fast painting and like chaotic crazy like me, or hundreds of hours of nice and slow and progressive. It takes time. So you gotta start, you just gotta do it. You need shadows. Start with shadow. I'm gonna self-promote here on my own stream. How dare I? I'm gonna send you a video of this incredibly handsome fella. He is just gorgeous. My God. Lazy with my goblin skin, so I guess but they're the kind of two styles. If I lighted this properly, and then this is a possible technique you might wanna look into if you wanna enhance your shadows. Focus on shadow. I believe that handsome fellow is me. We're gonna face the road, Commissar! Defend me, troops. Bum raid. Ah, bum rush. Got him. Got him. Hey, if that ass is nice, you're welcome in anytime, baby. Hello, Scarlet. Hello, Meaty. Hello. Oh, we've returned. Pick up. I keep calling. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hello. Yeah, no. Yesterday I think was the worst, and I think I'm like, because I don't have like Nurofen or Panadol, which is ibuprofen and paracetamol. Is it called paracetamol in America? Penicillin. Because I don't have them a lot, I've had some now, last night, and I think it affects me stronger. So I feel okay. Also, when I have my sinuses replaced, there's no like the sinus walls never really went back to normal. So anytime I'm sick, there's no like buildup of junk. There's a posture check in my channel. That's disgusting. I have some Powerade as well. Sally just wants to see my huge arms. That was 3 hydrates for the price of 2. I'm the only one? Lol. Adam Yeast. Lol. He's looking pretty dark, not gonna lie. In my head, I had a much brighter blue. Let me stretch and I'll double hydrate, don't worry. Stretch! Oh, this is a very natural stretch. Natural stretch. This is actually a good stretch for me. It works great. It like kind of pulls my neck and my chest, which are the 2 things that are tightest. So it's tightest from pain. It's a great stretch. I paid for the other one. What other one? Tell me. Ah. Oh. God damn. Oh, well. 3 for the price of 4. Wait, 4 for the price of 3. Tambay. Tambay. You got Pepsi? No. 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 Yeah. He's gonna die. Hang on. Hang on. There. What? I live. Save. 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 Rob Ross, you've done it again. You saved the stream. Oh, you will live. Oh. Come by. Come by. What? Have your points back, by the way. It's your birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Bull. Happy birthday to you. Hip hip. Hooray. Hip hip. It's not today. Hip hip. Hooray. I'm not painting that guy, the skeleton, Nagash. No. What is the model that you want painted? Tell me about it. What is it? Yes? What is it? Give me his name and his the width of his backside. Need those measurements. Right. Oh, and the horse? Oh, sounds so hard. There's a chance it will get thrown out if it comes into my house. I would have to hide it because it's very demon looking. Ugh. That's the face he has. Oh. Yeah, I'd actually get in trouble if I thought it's in the house. Oh, look how many models it has. What is that? What is that? What is that? What is that? What is this, like, face with a... I hope it's a face. Hey, if they suck in the game, it doesn't matter, man. You have fun. Do you think they look nice? It's a good purchase. Boy, there's 2 sprues. So 4 sprues. Okay, here's what I was gonna do, Meatball, right? I was gonna do this. I was going to buy the model. And I was gonna paint it and send it to you as a birthday gift. And then you would also have the same model, and then you could then attempt to paint the same model, your one. However, this thing is freaking huge. And it's very, very scary. It's very scary. So, I don't think I can do that. Why is that not a good idea? That's a great idea. It means you can actually paint the model and keep the model. Oh, my little... Hang on a sec. Oh, yeah, Yes. This is what you can do with those points. Get a little potato. Oh, Jojo potato is so cute. He's so cute. My little potato. Colonel, by the way, this is, I think this is done. I don't know if Colonel's still there. So there's one thing I was going to do, right? Now, I was literally thinking about it last night. And I was going to, paint a gold line down here. The painting in your pillar here, I think, would have just looked terrible. Even if I was good at it, I think it was just too small. I think it just, I don't think it was a good choice. Like gold line here, and then I was gonna do like a little square. Hang on, it would have gone across, down, left, and then up. But then I felt like the gap in between here and here would have been too much. Also, probably would have had to go up there. So I didn't like that idea. And then, hang on, I've got some highlight here. Then I was thinking, well, I'll just have a straight line that goes down the bottom. and then I'll like just stop here. But I don't know. I don't think it's a big good addition. So I was just saying, I think it's done. Turtle. I want to pick up one of my gremlin bunnies. What? Your cats? Is it your cats? If it's your cats, pick them both up and then send me photos. I want pictures of these little butts. That's what I call cats. I call cats little butts. Rabbits! Oh, yeah. I want them as well. Give me them. And a cat. That's good. Very good. That's a good point. I need a cat channel. Pets. 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 Chomp. Give me Chomp. Give me Chomp. Imagine making us fight over which little pepega we're gonna... which little cat. Which little rabbit. Oh, is that my... is that... yeah, boy. Get in there. Oh my god, you're so cute! Meow. Let me have a look-see, eh? Yeah, Colonel, I think he's done. If you want to assess whether he is or not, whether you want something changed. Oh, the skull. I probably should do a flesh wash on the skull. I don't want that looking... oh, goddamn. It's perfect. Lol. Lol. Oh, no. His face isn't done. Sorry. Forget that. Jesus Christ. Bro, I haven't even painted his face. His name is Big Head. He comes from the cone heads. We're out here saying that it looks perfect when his head's not even painted. Come on, man. Come on, man. You give me that. See, there's nothing wrong with washes. Maple, I just used a wash. This is an Imperial Psyker from Rogue Trader. Right. I'm throwing that paint out, and I'm going to put a new thing on. We'll oh, hang on, Meatball. Hang on. Do you want this guy? I was gonna eventually sell this guy. It's you can have him for free. We'll paint him. and I will give him to you as a birthday present. He has no bum, as you can see, so it's kind of a rip-off. He's out of print. You can't get him anymore. He's from the that box set with the Stormcast. He's reasonably wanted. So, if you would like him, yeah, he's the Night Shroud on horse. What are you talking about? Do you see? Can you see? He's not even primed. He's literally been sitting in the box for a year. And you're gonna come at me, oh, I can't do that. You put him back in that little box. Lol. Lol. The base is from 2018. It's an official base with the product code. I think you would enjoy that. There's a little nipple in the middle. Nipple. This is my gift. You don't have a choice. Night Shroud on horse. They might have brought him out. I think they did. I don't think it's limited edition anymore. I don't think it's out of print anymore. Let's have a look. Jesus Christ, they have 100 models? Oh no, they have 30 models. These guys have a new, okay, sorry. Oh god. And I'll give you 3 free hang rates that are broken. It's not there. I don't know why it's not there. Not a deep hole. Play in the water. A little goose. Yeah, well. He's not like that valuable. Like he's not valuable at all. Like you could probably get it for like $10. It's not even old. God damn, it's like. I'll show you that it's not valuable. I'll find it on eBay. Like literally, it'll be like $10. Dotty dotty. Let me just slide on in. Hey, in that case, hey. What do you collect, Joe? Were you Chaos? Oh, you are Imperial Guard. No. You are Iron Hands. No, Imperial Fist. No, you do not need another army. Knight of Shrouds. Knight of Shrouds. I'm very, very shrouded. eBay. No. Knight on Shroud. Alright, these people are hitting themselves. Why is there nothing for sale anymore? Did everything sell out? Like, I was looking at like Eldar models and there was like nothing. I reckon my eBay's broken. So I can switch between yellow and something else, so it's another thing to paint also. I mean, you could also just paint one of your Space Marines a different color. Knight of Shrouds, I see, I called him the wrong thing. Cheap, by the way. From your other army, if it's primed badly, not a lot. You'll find, so like for real, if I tried to sell this, I would have to sell it for about the exact same as the model on like, I don't get paid anything for the paint job. I get paid for like the model. So I get nothing for my paint jobs. So Knight of Shrouds, 23 Australian dollars, that's $10 American. It's been bid on right now. Alright? So that might go up to like $15 American or something. Like, I'm telling you, it's not... I don't think it's that valuable. And it's just sitting... Like, it's eBay. eBay is just at shit prices. Well, that's painted nice. $172. Oh. Lol. Lol. I guess the new rules made him like way stronger. Very airbrushed. A lot of blood. Very gory, eh? Very gory. your little demons with your scary stuff. Rawr. So if anyone's still lurking around, this is what my stream always degenerates to, is just me screwing around. Many of those viewers are left. Which is fine. That black couch. I know it said coach, but I'm gonna call it couch. Yeah boy. Yeah boy. The streamer is perpetually just distracted. Yeah, the prices must have gone up because the Nighthaunt book came out. So this guy must be just stronger now. Let's see. Wah. Wah. PDO. Let's have a look. Let's see what happened to him. Okay. Wow. Factions, Nighthaunt. I would paint it pretty badly. Didn't you watch me paint the other guys? The guys that are on the top right, the 3 ghosts? I'm pretty sure I sold those freaking cheap, man. I put the amount of work I think I put in one of those guys was pretty high. And the chain rasp I sold for like $1 each. Like straight up. I just Alright, he moves 12 inches, he has 6 wounds, a 4+ save, he's brave. Ignores modifiers. I don't think you should get any army. I legit think that you should maybe like buy one model and like paint it. Maybe a goblin. This model is equal steeds, attacks with ghostly hooves and teeth. 2 attacks, 4s and 5s. That's pretty bad. 4 attacks, 3s and 3s, -1, 2 damage. It's not bad. Ignores modifiers. It's pretty good. Allocate wounds inflicted by this model's sword. Stolen hours before allocating wounds inflicted by this model's ghostly hooves and teeth. Each time a wound inflicted by this model's sword out of hours slays an enemy hero, heal 1 wound allocated by this model. So every time you kill somebody, you get a wound. Wow. Oh. No, this guy is good. Did he? Does he do that on foot as well? 6-inch move. 12-inch aura. Holy shit. Yes, no, this guy is good. I understand why his price went up. So, any Night Haunt within 18 inches of him gets +1 attack. That is huge. Like, everyone will want this in their army. And he is 12-inch, he moves 12 inches and has an 18-inch bubble. Whereas the one on foot has a 12-inch bubble and only moves 6. So this guy is like really good. So to put that in perspective, I think I sold 30 Chain Rasp. I think Chain Rasp, I think it was $3 a model I sold them for. Is it 30 or is it 90? 30 Chain Rasp, right? They have 2 attacks, so that's 60 attacks. If this guy is near them, it's 90 attacks. Hitting on 4s, wounded on 4s. Reroll wounds of 1. Bro, I now understand why he's so expensive. Every single Nighthawk player will want this guy. And I'm gonna give it to Meatball for free. LOL. Yes, exactly. So I deprive those sneaky Nighthawk players of this guy. They'll have to use the guy on foot instead. Wink, wink. No. No. I'll give you something, else. I don't have like a space marine that I can give you, I don't think. Actually, I might. I'll get this guy. I'll give you him. I can strip him and paint him yellow. Unless... Bop, 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 bop. Pew, pew, pew. Very good kennel. Pew, 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 pew. He does look like he's from Dark Souls. Pew, 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 pew. And all, I reiterate, you should not get another army. You should maybe get one model. From any company, it doesn't have to be a Warhammer, it can be used as well, but you just like. How much could you paint that other guy though? I think you would do a really good job with it. How thick is your I'll paint it, don't worry. You just tell me what colors and I'll paint it, and then I'll I'm trying to ask how big your cheeks are, whether they clap, whether when you're walking down the hallway. Well, when you say another army to play along with, you mean like versus each other? Like army versus army? I think you said you don't like custodies. I would be aiming for something that has low model count. So not all. Eldar is pretty good. Like I love Eldar, obviously. Mechanicus. Foul, maybe, yeah. Alright. I'll show you what I do here. This sometimes goes good, this sometimes goes bad. What screams? You'll need to tell me what color to paint that ghost guy. The Night Shroud. How about this? I paint it and I put it on eBay for $500. And I give 1 day. If someone buys it, well, you're shit out of luck. Otherwise, you get it for free. Happy birthday present. Imperial Pistols, man. I have Outriders. Hello. Hello, Don. Oh, that horse for $5 million. And if someone buys it for $5 trillion, well, you don't get it. Okay, we're going to talk about skin. I'll buy it for 40k. No, little bum. You cannot, I would not share my secret. eBay. Wink wink. Is this a meme? Like, there was someone doing that to the other day. It's definitely a meme, like a TikTok meme. He's now on the best wolf. Yeah, I am. Can't lie. I fire. I like. Ew, TikTok. Alright. Any color can be the base of your skin. It has red in it, right? If it's a human tone. That's not it. In the shadow. Yeah, you can paint it. Come on. In the shadow. You can put green. But I definitely don't need that much. I have literally the tiny little speck. In the shadow. Where's my board? That? Is that it? In the shadow. You can put both. So we have two shadow colors. On the cheeks. Here? Well, really, underneath the cheekbone. And kind of down here. That sunken part, red. Underneath the eyes, red. Oh, the nose you could have up here, red, right? So we're looking at my face in the camera. Hello, how are you? I like red. Oh, sorry, red. And if I've got rositis or whatever it is, you can go red across here as well. Highlight there, yellow, pointing up to the sky. Up the entire forehead region, yellow. As you can see, because I got skin condition, red through here. Yellow, pointing up to the sky, because the sky has a sun, and the sun is yellow. Down here, grey for men. The stubble and stuff. Lips, I'm really bad at lips. Red. Alright. Down here, we also have a little yellow, like yellow here, pointing up to the sun. Okay? Yellow region, red region, a little bit of yellow because it's red here, dark here, right? So this could be blue or green, right? You can add those in here, and greys here. The sunken part of your cheeks right at the bottom, you can add some green as well. But just dark. We're not really going to go too much into it. We're just going to try to get it right. So I'm going to drop a Neuropen. We need yellow. This is a warm yellow because it's got red in it. So good option. And you need white. My Chimera White now has a metal ball in it, so I'm actually going to use the Chimera White. Normally it's too thick and it ends up adding texture. But I put that metal ball in there for a reason, right? To be able to use this again. This is the strongest white you can get. Now, so back to my point. If it's got red in it, you could use it as a skin tone. So if you've got a violet, if you've got a red shade of blue, whatever the heck you want, you can use it as the base of your skin. You just desaturate it with white and then add yellow when it's pointing up to the sky, and add blue or greens as it points towards the ground. And for each of those zones, yellow up here, red here, grey there. Oh, little bunny. Did you post the bunny? We're allowed to see the bunny? The bunny. Oh, everybody's getting the bunny. The bunny. Oh, what a little chunk. What a little chunk. Oh, the little face. His little face. Very cute. Very, 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 very cute. So cute. So cute. Oh, you expected Tom when it was me. Deal. Where's my glaze medium? I'll throw some flow improver on next. Why not? Glaze medium, where are you? Where are you? You run very fast. Oh, he's very quick. that pet talk. Did that pet talk. I need some colors for that night shroud, but very cool, very cool, very cool. Alright, so the why I set this out is because I want to actually be able to blend. So if I want to blend, I have to have the colors, unfortunately. It's pretty dark. Womp. Just start from scratch. These might all be too wet. So this can be like the base, and then as I go up towards the forehead, my yellows. Really should kind of like mix up. Oh no, it was perfect, and then I ruined it. Okay, all this paint might be ruined because I just accidentally put it into the flow improver. And so really it comes down to like the choice of what I do here now. Oop. Oh, way too much blue. Way too much. So it kind of turns into a green anyway. We'll see what happens. Okay, so you see this sponge underneath my thing? My miniature just went flying. Hopefully the paint job's not damaged. This is a sponge. It's like a cloth for towels. Like a sponge version. You buy one of them, you wet it, and you put baking powder on top. Put it in any plastic container. There you go, done. There's definitely too pink in it. This guy's turned into a little Peppa Pig. This is where you kind of like add the blues and stuff to try to get rid of that pinkness. Yeah, that's it. I bought it because I use it all the time. So the sponge and stuff, you'll need to, if you're using the sponges and things, you need to make sure you like regularly rinse out the sponge or else it will get moldy. I have like this Ferrero Rocher lid that I was gonna make the giant palette out of with these sponges. So the wet palette itself is not making too much of a difference. What makes the difference is the paper you use. Okay, this guy's got a weird face. I'm not gonna lie. But add some purples down here instead. Purple being the skin with the blue. Maybe it's supposed to have a mustache? That's rude. Wait, what did I say? It's weird. He's a human psychic from Rogue Trader. That was in fact my first guess when I first found out I had him. So it's possible that that pink undercoat kind of helped. And then I've put the yellow on top. You going? Oh, yep, see you, Meatball. Thanks for hanging out. I was thinking it was getting pretty late for you. Thank you so much for being here. I'll, you need to tell me what colours I need to paint that night shroud so I can paint it for you. You'll keep going no matter what. What's that mean? It's literally 3 PM where I am, so I could go for like way longer. So I don't think that's a good idea. You just go to sleep whenever you need to go to sleep. Is that's because you're employed to be up that late, silly boy. Thank you. This is some guy, Katsuru Yamashita. It's like Japanese city pop. Yeah, that's a lot of red. I think the skin tone, like we're all used to though, is with the yellow in it. Like, so for like Caucasians, it's like yellow throughout kind of everything. What kind of brushes would you say are best for painting, or should I use a dollar store synthetic? If you can get yourself a... You can't get them cheap anymore, but if you can get yourself a Raphael 8404 size 1, that's all you need. Sharp tip Kalinskis are the best. If you can get a stack of cheap, good synthetics, that's also good. They'll wear out in about a week. Must clean them. Well, I would say paint with your synthetics first, and once they wore out and you build up your experience, use the Kalinskis. What's this? Very important, when you start painting, have a clean water, load the brush up with water, make sure the water goes up the ferrule. That will protect the brush. And then regularly wash it. And never let the paint go up anywhere near the metal. Ever. Right? These used to be like really, these are expensive. Got one of these. This is the only one of these I have. This used to be cheap. It is no longer cheap. I used to get it from a store called Jackson's Online or something. They're still pretty cheap. But they've gone, I think they doubled in price. Two. Wait, they go. Oh, are they on sale? Hold up a second. Hold up a second. Hold up a second. On sale. Only a few dollars off. But still, that's good. I tried these ones. These are like $4. Or maybe you should try out these. These are like $4. They don't hold their tip, but they're okay. But the thing is, they're like extra long. No, they don't. So the Citadel, well, okay, they're the same cost as the cheap Citadel brushes, but these are freaking good. Like, I was so angry with Citadel brushes. Hello, Necroc. You rock. How are you? So, at my local store, local-ish store, the only store that sells these, Those are $26, and on this website they're $14. So I'll be probably buying some, just keeping them in stock for myself. I'm trying to make it just like a black. If it's too green, what's the opposite of green? Red. Nah, more blue. Desaturate, light the heck down. Try to create a grey. It's very blue grey. Aha! I usually disposable brushes for $1 each. I don't care too much about my brush, that's the thing. But they keep their tip. I just have to like rinse it off and it's good. So I don't know if this is his eyes or his eyelids. Yeah, sorry if the eyes are really screwed up. So half the price of Raphael would be $4 US. Because currently these are well, they're about $9 US. Or were they 11? I think they might have been 11. Oh, okay. That can't be right. They're $14 Australian. What am I looking at? Size 1? Do your hair so soft? Because he's so cute. No, then they're not. You have to get, because they have those paints, right? Pro Curl or something. But regardless, I'm not a fan. I'm not actually gonna buy them, right? I've got brushes. I've got enough brushes for the next. Like I've got a brand new size 0 and I think a brand new size 1. Yeah, so I'm good. This will be good for me. So when I run out of this, I just go to a different size. So this literally be good for me for the next 6 months. So stocking up is a bit silly. Oh, as in a Dio hairbrush? No, no, no. Come on, do not do that. You leave Dio alone. Alright, so, Colonel, the eye is going to be really bad. And I'm sorry. But tough. Normally everything I paint is cross-eyed. So and faded apparently. It's like he's got blurry eyes. Now the difficulty with this model though is the eyes. There's like eyelids but no eyes. I assume the eyelids were meant to be the eyes. But I can't actually see. I think you're looking at my head right now, by the way. No, this is Imperial. It's a human psyker. Yeah, you really fudged that up. Like he's like none of the medium. Waves, my friend. It looks like he's supposed to have a mustache, but I don't know. There's a guy called Painting Shambles who literally I would love for him to teach me how the heck to paint. That'd be fantastic. It might actually be Richard Gray. And he's already got some videos online. Maybe I should just watch the Richard Gray videos. Oh. Waves, my friend. Because his face, I just showed you how to do faces. They're easy. My friend. Well, that Nurofen didn't help. My friends. Maybe I should add a Panadol instead. So the funny thing is I've given him like stubble, but he's got no eyebrows. Alright. Oh, his face is terrible. No. Anyway, done. Done. I'm fully done. So you paid for per siege, and he's yours. Oh. Oh my god. It's your uncle? I wonder if the Emperor has a big head like this. And he just uses his psychic power to make you think he doesn't have a big head. Like if he wasn't like using his powers, You're like, who's that guy with a big head? And then he uses your powers, and you're like, oh, such a resplendent man. But really, he's got a big head. Big head. You know what they say about big heads? Big hat. Oh my gosh. Perhaps you do the same? I have a very large head. Very large. I actually don't. It's medium. It's a medium head. I'm not going to base it, so you'll have to do the basing. I might do a coat though. So I got paint on the palette. I will trade you heads. What? What's wrong with your head? Do you want to trade? Yeah, these brushes, they were cheap, but they were just very heavy. The shaft is very long. Oh, I see, Joe. Ah. I see, he wants that 6'9". You come into this stream, right, you'll realize that I'm a degenerate. And I have, like, straight up no, like... I'm, like, exceptionally reckless. Exceptionally reckless. And will say all kinds of things. So don't come in here with your wink wink. The feather and collar, thank you. You risk saying things, right? Be careful what you say. You cannot compete with my insanity. I am insane. You actually want to find out his year of production. Was that dry paint that I just put on there? I'll look it up right now. I think it's 1989. Could be a little earlier. But it's possible it's one of the 90s models. Basically gonna throw all this paint out, so I was like, whatever, I'll just... I'm gonna do the whole thing where I write the date at the bottom as well. I'll just let this dry and I'll do that. I really like that idea. Little did he know, Dio's so tiny. He's so small, little bunny. You talking to me? Huh? Why do you like to really lie? You don't have to hear me. I feel fine already. Bye. Yeah, I think he's gonna fall. Rip. Dorito dip. Was that dry? Okay, let's have a look. Ooh, there's Pepsi in this can. Why are you ripping? The gun looks old, Hammer, but didn't think he was that old. He might not be. Because he's part of the Imperial Guard Army, and the Imperial Guard Army, I don't... We'll see. I'll see. We'll find out right now. Maybe the collectors. Oh my gosh. Can we get some videos of you patting there? Is that a possibility? Why are these all unreleased? I want unreleased. I want collector's guides. Yeah, see, apparently Imperial Guard from 1994. Forces of the Imperium, we'll see. So Commissioner Yarrick was 1994. Nope. Let's see what we got here. It'd probably be quicker if I just searched up Imperial Psyker. So, I went onto Facebook Marketplace. Assassin and Combi Weapon 1991. That looks cool. I don't want that. Alright, so he's from 1990. There are 3 additional Psykers which first appeared in White Dwarf 172. And he was one of them. So he's Imperial Psyker number 3. I was always saying he was Imperial Psyker number 4. He's number 3. So I went on Facebook Marketplace. And this guy was selling 9 kilos worth of miniatures. And there was 1 miniature in that box that I wanted. Fine. I lost. I lost him. Anyway, I wanted that 1 miniature, and so I went and bought those miniatures to get that 1 miniature. And then this guy was in the box. He was in the box. That's gonna happen a lot. These metal miniatures, like if you drop them, the paint job's just like you can't. It's very hard to maintain the paint job on metal miniatures. Very hard. Yeah, and I was like stressing. I went to training, and the guy didn't message me back. I was like, I'll take it for like full price. And he didn't message back. And then right after training, I was like, oh yes, I'll take it. I'm coming right from training, so I might be sweaty. I went down there, and then there was a ton of good stuff in there. The model that I wanted was the Wood Elf from Warhammer Quest. I'm going to come back in a second. I'll be right back.
それだけで胸のトゲが抜ける気がする手のひらの上に太陽を乗せて心の暗がり照らし出しておくれ Dreaming girl, dreaming girl 雨上がりの少女 Dreaming girl 君と巡り会えた素敵な奇跡孤独だった無数の夜が白い朝に溶けて消えてくそして今は隣に君の蜜のような息を感じるどんなカメラにも映せない君の生き生きとしてる眩しさが好きだよ Dreaming girl, dreaming girl ひだまりの眼差し Dreaming girl 僕は君を巡る青い惑星さりげない日々に沈んできらめく真実のかけらそっと見せておくれ Dreaming girl, dreaming girl 風にそよぐ髪に Dreaming girl, dreaming girl
Aritan, 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 Aritan. You got sent to the warp? The warp? The warp? Alright, we're gonna chill a little bit. Uh-oh, he's back. Have some tea. Does that light me up more? It's really bright. Oh god. Come here. The turret, is this the turret you showed me last night? The plasma one? On top of a building? Oh god damn. Who's not relaxing? Second. What turret did you buy? Someone else came in last night and the night before and posted it. Maybe you should feed Dio a little bit more if you feed Dio's with cage. I think you should. Up to your boy. Little book. Little book. Little book. Okay. The servo turret. Nah, it wasn't that. I'm reading some drama. Now, let me return to the drama. Person she's cheating on. So confused. He's a Polish dwarf and Chonk is a Florida white. It sounds like the punchline to a racist joke. He's a Polish dwarf and Chonk is a Florida white. Yes? Oh, it's freaking terrible. What? What the hell is in this? There's literal mud. Which I assume is honey. But if you look up Florida whites, they all eh? Now are they the rabbits that are used for testing? Is that why they're all white? Okay. That was a mistake. Try to create a little vortex in this tea hurricane. Cyclone, sorry. They made it very clear in primary school. You needed to know the difference between a tornado and cyclone. Very important. I mean, Chonk is your rabbit, so don't stress. You keep him safe. Yeah, that's definitely them. These were our testing rabbits. Makes sense why they're called Florida, because they probably have loose animal testing laws in Florida. Oh my god, it's so bad. Blah. Woo-woo. When did I have that panic, that Nurofen? It was definitely like 4 hours ago because the stream is 3 hours long. Right? Hey, Drax is on. How long has Drax been here? Yeah. No, I'm sure it's supposed to be this way. This is some special recipe to break up trash, I guess, in your neck. I'm sure it's just literal, just trash. Really wants to cut up the likeness. Ah, you just keep Dio safe and sound, okay? You give him the little pets that he wants. He wants pets. But give him pets. Oh, that was terrible. Farm rabbits would be hares, right? Wouldn't they be really large? Oh, god damn. I gotta rinse this stuff. Like the meat rabbits are normally like huge. If you're painting in the dark, then yes, your eyesight is deteriorating. You need the light. Oh, Joe, you silly boy. You silly boy. Take a photo? No, no, man. I got a text. Take the photo. So 1994 was not Rogue Trader, right? It was second edition. Create. Collage. Monk. Look at this. Alright, do you want to see this? Get on my Instagram. Imperial Psyker. I'll put it on my Discord, it's okay. What's this? What did you clip? Was it me drinking that drink? Eh? Eh? What is this clip? Yeah, C10. Thanks for hanging out with me. Oh, where is this link to the thing that I sent you? What the? Nah, but I bet we could hold that drink on your back. That posture. Yes, wow. Wow. Joe. Wow. Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. Okay. Okay. I see how it is. This little boy coming into this house, and he's gonna insult the man, the myth, the legend, Iron Ant. Wow. Wow. Cheeky little boy. From White Dwarf. Nineteen ninety three. Finished today. Warhammer. Hashtag. Old Hammer. Hashtag. Oh, you're a little raccoon? Is that your furry persona? Ah, you just want to fight me, meet me in Denny's alleys. You just want to wrestle. So, interesting thing about my posture, I will talk about it in a second, is that actually it's my shoulders. And the posture is not that bad. The shoulders and the forward head tilt is bad. Right? So, believe it or not, posture is actually not that bad. Warhammer, Old Hammer. I'll go Warhammer Community. Why not? Terminator. No, Terminator's got great posture. What are you talking about? Yeah, so posture refers to the spine. And so I was told that I have, yes, because they have such large chests that it's pulled their shoulders forward. So you think they've got such large latissimus dorsi. So you think they've got a hunch. No, I'm putting it on Discord, relax. I'm literally doing that right now. Yeah, so I was told constantly, oh, posture's bad, right? And so I'd arch my back, and it would do nothing but ruin my lumbar spine. Right? So my posture was fine. Curse you. What's the date today? 6th of the 4th, 6th of April. Listen here, sunshine. I've had serious back injury. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I had an honours degree in health. I know what I'm talking about. You're just a little boy trying to live out your furry fantasies.
青い水平線を今駆け抜けてく研ぎ澄まされた時の流れ感じてよときめきへと動き出す世界は忘れかけてた遠い夢の訪れ Right on time サバイブ思いなら優しく受け止めてそっと包んで
Why the hell I glued the sword on today? I have no idea. Like honestly, I was just like, you know what? I'm done. I'm done with this whole it not having his sword. The plan for this stream was actually to paint this cloak. You will now suffer for your sins. Oh, are these the sins what you fantasize about, mate? Eh? Hey? But cheers. Salud. Yeah. Oh man, how am I gonna do this? I hate when hair is up detailed like this. It's just the clumps. Touchscreen might be bad. Oh, my little boots and my little potato. They're very cute. Honestly, I don't think I'll ever finish this model. I legitimately don't think I will. This guy constantly goes back on the shelf, back on the shelf, back on the shelf. It's just I just it doesn't do anything for me. He's got so much detail, and he's also got like really like badly casted detail as well. So you're painting something, and then you'll just see like, oh, his face in particular, it's just got like these gashes and stuff all over it. It's like, well, why do I want to paint that if like the model itself is not great? Like this is a cheap recast, cheap-ish recast, still expensive, but I'm pretty sure the regular model is kind of this dodgy. I don't know why they don't, like, you'd have to make a mold, surely, for resin. They say they don't 3D print. And see, it's super fragile, like a broke. Obelisk. Tricky. There's actually a model. Alright, so you want a model to buy him? Stone Mage. Lumineth Stone Mage. As a floating little tiny obelisk. Lumineth, Age of Sigmar, Lumineth, Stone Mage. See, I don't want to paint it anymore. Done. Back on the shelf. I feel like Tau would be also fun to paint. Well, perhaps. Hey, hello. We finished. Finish this guy. Made a new friend as well with Joe. Face is a little dodgy, but good enough. Colonel, I can't, I don't know if you're there, but I can't, who says I'm you? Yeah, I know, you've been around for a long time. I can't send that miniature for like a week and a bit, because I got COVID. Well, at least a week. So I can't, I'm not allowed to go to post it. You probably want to give it some time. COVID isn't on the model. Right? Look at that. How are you dumb? You're not dumb. Don't call yourself dumb, right? Do not. I refuse. Here, I guess. Colonel, he's been here all day. I think he may have, might be on a call for work. He's been, he said his eyes were hurting before. Maybe he's having a break. Ah, okay. Should I keep getting Citadel paints or should I stop and start collecting others? I think the AK paints of the paints that I have, they're the most I would say user friendly. Yeah. And they're durable apparently. Apparently they're pretty resistant to damage. Which is a big deal. It was actually the main reason why I chose to get them in the first place. So every time I do these things, like, I always forget the colors I use. The great thing about this model is this is detached. So you don't have to be super clean about it. You can just go at it. It's so good. That's definitely too bright. So what classes do you teach? Wouldn't you like to know? Wouldn't you like to know? I mean, I'm kind of bullying Joe. So, not very nice. I teach engineering. How to have bad posture. You want to know why he wanted to know what classes I teach is because he wants to imagine himself saying yes sir all the time. Because he's into that. He wants his fantasies to be a little bit more real. Because he's a furry. That was it's too cheap to just go to the furry part. You gotta set up the furry. We gotta set it up. Can't just drop it. You gotta set it up. See? He acts like a brat, gets slapped. It's his jam. I have no idea if I'm on camera right now. This is too skin. Too skin. Looks too much like skin. Normally I start very dark, much darker, and then build up to white. This is already way too bright. Da, 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 da. Yeah, go ahead. Theo's gonna beat you up. Aw. Yo, yo. The things at the back first, and then progressively build up to the things that are pointing down from the top, which will be your brightest highlights. So if it's something that's hard to get to, you have to do it first. So for instance, if it was on the face, people generally will paint the eyes first because it's the thing furthest to the back and there's a lot of potential to make an error. So they will paint that first, and that way they can just clean up the errors after. So the mistake I'm making here is I'm not painting that inside surface, which I should. So on the Space Marines, you would start with those, you know, the in between their knee pads and stuff, like all those things that you have to kind of like work past. You start with them. Well, okay, you would start with your base coat, right? So if it was for me, like if I'm airbrushing, it's a little different, but say I'm doing red armor, I will paint the whole thing red. Then I'll paint those things that might ruin the red. So the things that are next to the red that might ruin the red, because then I could just paint on top of the red. That's what I'm like going back over it. So this is dumb right now, see, because it's gonna be very hard for me to get in between these things and not paint this yellow thing. Yeah, so with yellow, you have to like prime it a bright color as you've done, glaze over or like thin coat of yellow, then glaze shadows, and then painting your highlights. Or what some people do is they don't paint yellow, and what they'll use is like a golden brown and a yellow ochre, and then highlight with yellow. Yeah, so you'd want to start with the yellow. But if you've got a grey or your white, right, you can mix your white or grey into the paint, into the yellow, and then paint over the thing. I showed it to you, but I actually showed this to you before. I was talking about another thing, so you wouldn't have noticed. When I painted this yellow, I had like a little brown and white into it, and the yellow was a different color, but it was close-ish to yellow, closer to yellow than a black, right? And so I think he already has. The yellow Space Marines are his. And so because it's brighter than black, and because there was a flat, smooth coat, like there was no black showing through, then I could start building up to yellow, progressively putting yellow in, right? So it helps. You need a good opaque yellow though, so you know, mixing your Ural white with grey or white, or getting yourself Avalanche Sunset. He was on your desk. No, he's so small he can get anywhere. Yeah, so then put Avalanche Sunset down. Anytime you make a mistake, thinly put Avalanche Sunset down first, and it will cover the mistake. Yeah, he's not into the thin coats right now. He'll eventually get the thin coats, but right now he's just building his brush skill. Joe's like, he's only painted 3 models, I think. 2 models. So he's just learning now. Yeah, that's good. That's what you want to do. So anytime you make a mistake, you'll go back to that Avalanche Sunset. But because the Avalanche Sunset with some white as well will cover black. It will.
Nature remind you of what's important. They remind you that all we really have is our consciousness and each other. After all,
Little
what
bunny
is life
on the
without
desk.
either? I would say that it matters little what we've achieved if those achievements are not also
Yeah, which is pretty nice, isn't it? It's good that they did that.
the sense of purpose we feel when we give far out.
Like that's legit what GW stores should be doing. Is they should be like, this is how you paint, this is how you play. But the thing that they don't do is like, here, I want you to come back and play on like Thursday. Hey, I want you to come back and play on this day. Hey, I want you here and being part of the community. No, they're just like, they just throw you out. Like once they've got your money, they're just like, why are you in here, bro? Get the fuck out. I got your money. He was probably pretty loud. You get too loud. Maybe swearing. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it's... You're employed to go home. What is this? Oh, a dog. Oh my gosh, a little dog. Hiya, little paparoo. Oh, baby paparoos. Oh my. I bet they're not as crazy as mine. Alexia. Oh my gosh, she's got a little paparoo. Huh? Milkman's pug. Haha, that's so cute. Consider this a threat. Ba-da-da-da-da. Now he wants to kill? Ah, you gotta let him rest now. Let him rest. Let him rest. He's a good boy. He was a good boy. Let him go. Same with cats. So like my potato, he doesn't have a timer. You could pat him forever. Like he generally just does not care. He will just be like, pet me. Father, pet me. I need my pets. He shall say. He shall say, Father, I need my pets. Come to me, I give my pets. And then I will have to pat him for days on end. Father, provide the pets. Hiya. You can see that I made a mistake. Painted over the detail that was in the back. I'm off camera again, aren't I? Let's just zoom right out. You can look at my hand. No. And I do not condone the owning of guns either. We don't, you can get them. Like you can go to gun clubs and stuff. But I don't actually like the idea. I like the idea of shooting, I guess, like target shooting. I don't like the idea of shooting things though. We had a massacre like the 90s, and then they banned them, which is, I think, a very good decision. You could have shot the door lock. I axe kicked it. I used my big old thick legs and axe kicked it, and it opened. Pretty sure it's called an axe kick. Vertical up and down kick. Yeah, but imagine if that robber had a gun. Yeah, so I think it's best if no one has a gun. In my opinion, right? You're allowed to have your own thoughts on that. But I think we've since realized that, or seen recently, that the world is just not as stable as what we thought. So there is a case to argue your country should be able to rapidly become a militia, whether even if they're terrible at it, there would be bodies in front of enemy. But having said that, so I'm going to talk about Ukraine, right? The reason why Ukraine is successful is not because they have guns. It is because in their southern region, which was contested with Russia, that's been a war zone for 8 years, right? And they cycled the Ukrainians, they had them conscripted, and they cycled them into the war zone. So I think the Ukrainians had something like 400,000 battle experienced people, like who had been to battle. So it wasn't that they had guns, it is because they actually went to a war zone and served there, and they were cycled in and out. I mean, you're not wrong. But you see in Australia, that like those people get arrested plenty. Like the police can definitely find them. It's not like they can't. They know how to track people down nowadays. There's particular issue with the United States though, is there are so many that it would be largely impossible to get rid of them. And your legal system is such that, you know, if you steal a stick of gum, you go to jail for life. So if you have a gun, it's like you stole a stick of gum. It would be harder to get a fully automatic weapon. So the guns that people in Australia have are pretty dodgy. Like, there's no like amazing weapons on the street. It's like, you know, this old shotgun or like these cheap Chinese Uzis. And that's if they work. I don't really want to paint that brown. After all, they get after they get yeah, I would want to dive further into that, because I don't think it's willy-nilly they go home and they just, yeah, you now have a rifle. I'm pretty sure there's like stuff involved in that. But Europe is Europe, right? And okay, here's another thing. Mental cases, of course, that's exactly what I'm about to talk about. Mental cases. In Switzerland, the government looks after the Swiss people. In the United States, I'll just straight up tell you, Texas let people freeze to death. Florida let people just die of COVID. The government does not keep people safe or protected. They don't look after them. So people start to fend for themselves. And if people are fending for themselves and they have guns, then bad things happen. Whereas in Switzerland, you don't have to fend for yourself, so you don't need to use that gun. Like there's you know, mental health that needs to be considered. I'm saying this really like with like emotion, and I'm sorry if I'm doing that. I don't mean to be a butthead.
She's just as beautiful as beautiful.
Being a butthead. Some people are actually just batshit crazy though. I've met many of them in the teaching experience. There are people that just cannot be trusted with a weapon. Yeah, that was I think definitely surprising to the Russians, because in the past when they did that, so I think it was 2014 or 2017, what happened was they just like, the Russians did this before and they just came in and just took everything, right? And the Ukrainians backed right off, and they learnt from that and they created a conscription. They spent a huge amount of money. They sent 400,000 people into the war zone. they were like, they did the whole never again thing. And like the United States provided like $3 billion worth of military aid in the last, like, since the conflict, this new conflict started, I believe. They've been like shipping weapons like crazy. Code 8, I may have seen it. So as much as like, you know, some people would say that the United States has been like too passive here, or you know, whatever. No, they've like, they went in and helped quite a bit. Not in, but they've sent what they could, because they have that military aid treaty. So it's not like declaring war, because they've already got a treaty. So they're not impinging in any new way. They're just continuing with the thing. He's not fighting. He's out there being doing his thing, like being a leader. Yeah, it's not like he's shooting bullets, and nor would you want him to. Like, he's been a significant figure. The interesting thing is, and this is something that he has to do if he really wants to establish what they're doing there, is in 2 years, when his 5 years are up, he needs to vacate the role. The problem was, I think the previous Ukrainian president was like a Russian puppet. I think it was one of them, one of the previous ones. Yeah, that's a bit. China, I think, China's economy has stalled massively, and this was predicted for a long time. That like their economy can't last at with what it's doing. So I don't think China is very interested in a war, especially because most of it will be in the sea, right? Which is not a great place to war. And the stakes are a lot higher, right? So as much as Europe gets a lot of its fuel from Russia, right? That's from Russia, not like it's from China. But massive amounts of trade go through that area, the Southeast China Sea. So a ton of nations really don't want China to have an economic, like, monopoly there. So the stakes are a little bit higher, and nations like a lot of the big players will step in. They won't just kind of sit there. They will step in. And I believe there's like a legit alliance between Taiwan and Australia. It's a proper one, like the one with South Korea. Indonesia is a mess. It's lots of islands and lots of people that just don't care. So it's going to be hard to maintain Indonesia. Australia, on the other hand, there's not a lot of people. There's only like 5 major cities, and that's where all the population is. So, yeah, it's not good. Except the travel between China and Australia, the logistics of it would be kind of hard to maintain. So submarines would just wipe out just wipe it out. So with planes trying to fly over to Australia, like if you get good anti-aircraft. And who is this friend of yours? But I really don't think China, like, China's interesting. I don't think they particularly care about like world domination or anything. I think they just want to make sure that they are, like, they exist. But yeah, their economy is slowed. There was this geopolitical guy that said that World War III would be fought over Poland. He probably said it was going to be right now as well. So he said that like the issue was going to happen in like Eastern Europe. And he was right. And he was like, yeah, China's economy is going to slow in like 2020. And he's right. And now it's like, because what happened is like all China's economy boomed because it was used as like slave labor, basically. But now all the American companies and stuff have moved to like Vietnam and Borneo and whatever else. So the Chinese economy isn't booming anymore. Me? Oh, you're so sweet. I think you'll find that the United States is so different that you could probably just go to a different state and you would have a completely different experience. So I don't think you have to rush out of the country. The healthcare is terrible though. That's one of the reasons why I gave up on coaching American football. Because I was like, I have to go to the United States. Healthcare is terrible. The places that I went to, the food was terrible. And I was like, you know what? I don't really care about going to the United States anymore. Well, I mean, Biden has, and the entire US Congress, the United States government has helped Ukraine immensely. He can't control gas prices, right? But you all deserve Bernie Sanders, without a shadow of a doubt. Like, you were robbed. Like, you needed him. You needed him. But you also needed a majority of government with him. So now you might get a majority, but I doubt it. Because Trump has basically been allowed to go around and campaign again for the Republicans. So you can argue that a government can regulate. So a government can just say to these companies, hey, you want to operate inside our nation and you want access to our customers, then this is the price you're going to set. Otherwise, you're gone, right? And these companies were like, okay. Otherwise, they have no income. So there is a possibility for that. The problem is, the United States in particular would say, hey, that's communism. Probably. Yeah, and they've been lied to as well, right? You've got these news agencies that are no longer news agencies, they're just like propaganda machines. That's begun to happen in Australia. Like it's happened for a while, but Australians don't get so riled up like Americans. So they've been manipulated, but then they don't get riled up. And I'm seeing it more and more though. These snakes coming out, especially in Queensland, that literally will just do anything they can to like get inside the government in order just to make themselves some money. Not a fan, not a fan. Son told me his father put him on a train in Carlhill. That is sad, yeah. And it's like, it's just fucked because it's literally civilians. Like, as much as that, like, they've all had battle experience, it's literally just bombing civilian towns. Like, I mean, you could say that's what happened in Iraq, right? But everyone who's like, oh, Russia's gonna get, you know, punished. Yeah, sure. These sanctions should be working though. I don't know how much pressure that puts on them though. Yeah, exactly. They opened up the roads and then they started bombing the roads. Yeah, so if you can't do anything, Joe, you're actually, with the greatest respect, you become a liability. Because you need to be fed, you need to sleep, and all those sorts of things. But having said that, like, you know, logistics-wise, they should need logistics people. They should need people to run supplies and things like that. I will not eat. Joe, you're too sweet. Listen, you don't need to go there and fight. Yeah, well, they've been lied to. You've got all these like media outlets that are saying what's what. So they think that Ukraine's just like Nazi Germany. They legitimately think that like they're preventing the next Hitler. You tell me. No, you guess. I'm not gonna tell you. Beyblade. Damn. Yeah, that's pretty good, right? Those land raiders are they're not cheap, are they? They're pretty rare as well, I think, aren't they? Land raiders? Want a bane blade? I was about to glue this on, but I can see that that would not be a good idea. It's like cheating. You need no accuracy, just like put it on top. Like, easy peasy. I have to decide what color I'm doing stuff. Let's go with red here. It's the wrong color. I'm gonna do it. You paint then glue? For this one in particular, yes. But normally, no. The reason why is because I'll show you in a second the cape. Oh, don't do that. Relax. I might be having a break. I'll not eat until I paint something. So this model has a cape that goes on the back. Right? And so I want this painted, not black. That's the only reason. And then also because this is not attached, this is one of those rare times. So this thing would be really annoying to paint on the model. So this is just like, it's like a gift, right? You don't have to be very accurate here. You just paint it. Lick your brush for yellow tongue. No, don't do that. Don't do that. I'm not sensing it. Ba, 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 ba. It's gonna be interesting is if I want to change this color after, because it doesn't look that great. Do not encourage this lad's impulsiveness. Yes, I know. You seem to be like someone that would do dares. Do not. I really like this red. It's basically the strong version of corn red. Yeah, red's good. No, this is a very expensive red. The Fiston red's more of a red with a yellow in it. One red's more of a red with a blue in it. But it's a heavy pigment of like a blue red. Yeah, I have that too. It's called the red. Using that though is like using yellow. It's as bright as it can possibly be. You have to tone it down. I've seen that set. You'll have to find a store. Like an online store that's near you. And I'm like, slow down, right? Slow right down. You don't need, I got it. You don't need all the paints in the world. Slow down, okay? Work on brush control. Work on building up shadows. Add blue or purple to a paint to make a shadow. Add white or yellow to a paint to make a highlight. Slow down. I was tempted to. I was going to get the full box set. 250 something AK paints. I was going to do that. I was also going to open commissions for paints. So say you wanted me to paint like not Iron Hands, Rogel Dawn's company, Crimson. Oh, what are they called? How do I not know? The yellow guys, Imperial Fists, right? I would say, okay, I'll paint your Imperial Fists. I'm gonna need this paint, this paint, this paint, this paint, this paint, this paint from AK. You get the paint job, I get the paints. And that's how I was gonna build up my paint collection. I don't know what this is. It's supposed to be a light or like a pistol. Yeah, but then I don't need those paints. I don't like I have all the paints I need. I don't need any more. I can literally make anything within reason. I can't make a cobalt blue. And that's about it. Paint your neck on army. Oh. Ugh. Ugh. I looked up this book on eBay and then immediately I'm just getting ads now. $200. That's like that's $1,200. What are you doing? That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Oh, it's got Pentel. Of course I'll follow you. Oh, and $11. I was like, oh, it's my most famous model ever. Except for metals, you only need 5 colors. Including metals. And it's not strictly true. Like red, blue, green won't get you everything. But it's really all you need. Like the reason why Chimeras is the way it is based off the oil painting principles, and they give you the strongest, most vibrant version of what you can get. And then they've realized that actually that's not entirely the best possible thing. So they've added new paints in their range. Like they've added the browns, they added a cobalt blue, they added some like greens, like real greens, not bloody this blue green. And so they've actually expanded their range to account for that. But for me to spend another $100 and something on that is just like dumb. Like, I don't need it. Because you would only use like a little drop here and there of like the cobalt blue. You'd only use a tiny little bit of it. So potentially I could argue that if I buy those paints, like they would be the paints. I wouldn't need any more paints ever again. Like I'd be sorted. I'd have. But the browns are useful, very useful, because they can form a bunch of skin tones, and like the browns have massive utility to modify color. This needs to be yellow, I believe. We're gonna take a risk here. Do that. No, not touch. No more touch. Blue, black can be blue, yes, because black is blue. And red, black, yeah, exactly. Black is just a mix of everything, so it could be anything. But generally it's pushed into the blue range. The Dawn palette is like black, yellow, red oxide, like yellow ochre, I think. I think it's Van Dyke brown, not yellow ochre, red oxide, and white. And so the yellow oxide and black, the blue, can make greens. And then you can desaturate the black with white to create blues. And the same with, anyway. Like, it's exceptionally easier said than done. And, like, you gotta work at it. don't know if I need that inside a different color. I think I do actually. I think this is the back cape. Oh. It's very wet now. Yeah. I'll just put that on. Hopefully there's no texture on there. Let it dry. And then we'll play with that at a later date. Definitely something I could have just airbrushed. Because I have this as a masking agent. I see that, but that means he's asking friends just to have fun, right? That's fine. But he's just playing what he thinks he's comfortable with. I used to have a friend that always played like the strongest character or the newest character of video games, and I never got to do anything. It's just like, can I use this new character yet? No, I am using it. It's like, okay. And then he would just hoard it. And then a new character would come out, and then like his character would get nerfed, and then he would just like take over with a new character, and it's like, oh great. So then I would always kind of just play the thing that I like and just stick with it. Meow, shut your little meow meow meow. Meow. Plan is to make this part yellow, and then underneath, I don't know. I actually probably have a perfect color for it in this, but I'm gonna airbrush it. I want it smooth. I want it super smooth. Meow meow meow. 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 That guy. Okay. I'm gonna stop painting. I'm in quarantine, so I'm gonna be stuck in my room. So maybe you want to watch me play Rune Factory? Or I just sit here, or I go off screen and do whatever I want. I think I'll do that, and then might come back on later. I'll definitely come back on later. You played Iron Fist in 8. I'm pretty sure that was strong, yeah. No. Dark Angels, Thousand Suns, now Harlequins, yeah, he's the meta chaser. I'm gonna preemptively put the jumper on my lap in case Cat wants to come up. Wait, you're painting him? Oh shit. I'll disconnect it actually. I'm gonna have a break for a little bit, so I won't be painting. I'm gonna plug this back in. There you go. imagine being married. Lol. Put that so you can't see yourself. Yep. So good. Well, here we are. This is the stream right now. She's wet. Oh, what your butt. What your butt. What your butt. No. Second marriage. Heck, I can't even get a girlfriend. Boyfriend. Whatever floats your boat. Oh, you're such a meow. Oh, you're gonna throw up? Please don't. Don't worry, you'll find your furry boyfriend. Hey, to talk. Oh, you always come when the cat's on. I swear to God, you say you don't like cats, but you're always here when I move my camera and I've got a cat. How you doing? I'm currently in quarantine. Watching my YouTube cat. My YouTube cat. I mean, that could be a good deal. It's good to hear. Has it started raining again where you are? Oh, it kind of maybe want to have a lie down. I don't know. Sting. The cat doesn't like it when I like type near her. Too loud for it. I do want to play Rune Factory, I'm not gonna lie. Would like to tend to my turnips. Stop for an hour in a bit. It's Saturday again, yeah. Apparently 4-day rains. Hero Quest. Sorry, Titan Quest. Ragnarok. Okay, Atlantis. So they did have new games. This game is pretty good. Good memory. Mostly positive. I would recommend this to add some extra content to the game, but there's a huge downside. Oh, that's not good. The drop rate's not very good. Good weapons. It's a loot game. I guess I could play some Blood Bowl. Nothing, I'm just chilling. I was painting. I painted, I'll show you what I painted. Finished painting. I painted a little bit of that Eldar model. Feeling. Finished this guy. Yeah, the first one was so good. You like, you know, you get like Terminator armor and all that kind of stuff. So good. Maybe let's, do I have that installed? Do I have that on my computer? No. I guess Dawn of War wasn't on my, there it is, Warhammer, Dawn of War 2. Is Eternal Crusade, Dawn of War 1? Because I think Colonel City's finished. Alright, I'm gonna let him dry and send you a pic. Right. And they added Imperial Guard and Winter Assault. It was fun, but it got a bit strange. Oh my gosh, look how cute she looks. Oh my gosh, she looks so cute. Look at this. Like, it's like a bit of fat, but man, it looks good. Kind of looks like I got abs. Oh my cute cat. Goody. Oh, she's like, no, I'm done with this. I don't want any more of this, she says. No, I don't want no more of this. Pending. Friend of Bobby. Oh, I see. Be friends. Wait. Are you in my server? Yeah, you are. What is this? The heck was that? Okay. Wonder who that is. Yeah, you? Yeah, I know who it is. Terminator. No, that's the Dreadnought. It's pushing an orc. Poor little orc. Poor little orc. I know exactly what I'm gonna play. Dogs are better companion pets. Yeah, maybe. My dog's like a nightmare. I think if you get the right dog, then yeah, sure. Okay, that's not it. Oh. There you go, fix itself. Bad opinion, just bad opinion, get jump scared. Ooh, oogie boogie boogie. Let's go get this, whatever this is. Ah, adorable. I have a thing now in the Discord if you want to share pets. Do like me some pets. Oh, she's gonna sleep. That's as far as the camera will go, and it's possibly breaking the desk. So let me double check what's happening here. Alright. Yeah, don't so. Hey, Bobby, no. You show me that shit, I will block you. Don't ever show me stuff like that. How do I delete this? How do I delete? Okay, thanks. Yeah. Do not do that. Let's take this guy. Champions Buckler. The warriors of combat combing a vast area of baleful moorland looking for a hidden entrance to the lost dungeon. According to the scroll discovered by one of your numbers, it's a powerful weapon. Thus, when they're on the verge of giving up, big owl, a golden feather, lands upon a large fallen stone pillar that must have been lying there for centuries. The owl looks at the group with saucer eyes and then hoots. 13 times. Don't count that, maybe it says. The stone sinks into the ground and once he stares is revealed, the warriors descend into the darkness. Damn, man. Damn, man. Damn, boy. Wait, is it the witch hunter? Oh, these guys are gonna die. There's no way. That's it. Turn. How do I? Is that turn? Oh, I don't remember how to play. I don't remember how to play. Oh, okay. This is our 1995's Warhammer Quest, but in computer form. Computer fashion. Yeah, I don't like seeing things getting hurt. IRL things. What are you? You're the Shadow Hunter? 31 wounds. Yeah, you can go to the front. Yeah. Do you shoot? You're allowed to shoot? That's a shot. Yeah, you all suck. This could be very short. We have no like tank. These guys are 55 wounds each. And 3 attacks each. Oh my god. Did you post that pic, Colonel? I think Joe got angry. Not angry, but probably disappointed. I wasn't happy with the meme. Alright, you're gonna have to go here and try to hit the skyline. Oh no, you're gonna go right up in their face and try to stab them, so we're gonna do. Hey, oh, bam. Oh. Man, y'all suck. Look at this. Miss. Wings of Magic, none. I'm gonna move here. Maybe that will help. We'll get it. Boom! Oh, miss. Nice. Good agility. Boom! Miss. Nice. Oh, there it is. Samurai warrior. Samurai warrior. That's awesome. Yeah, there's nothing I need to teach you about painting. It's really cool. Dog's going mental. You're so cute. Yeah. What do you think? I think it's fantastic. I think the red is good. I think it all has amazing depth. Hang on, where's the big link? Where is the big... Am I ready? Everyone's ready for non-metallic metal. Of course. Very clean, faces definition. Skin looks like skin. The red armor looks like the period armor of the time. I mean, you could make your highlights bigger. You could, no. Like, so the thing is, if you paint clean and you don't lose any detail, then, your choice of, what you do is then a stylistic choice. So you could choose to have a more high contrast. You can choose to have, you know, add texture and have different light sources and more color and all that kind of stuff. But it's like a choice that you need to make, like if that's the style you want to paint. I did it. Yeah, mold lines. That's another thing. It's I don't particularly comment on. I know when I posted something that was pretty cool online, there was a guy that was like, "Your paint job's amazing. I really, really, really love it, but I can't get over the fact that you have mold lines, and that ruins the model for me." So. Is that it? Is that the turn? So. Let's close this. Why is this dog going so crazy? Oh, time my apps. Meow. Come here, my little bum, huh? Jump shot. Ah. Is that on? I'm not very good at this, but give it a go. So stylistically, if you wanted to be like heavy metal, you like edge highlight everything. The idea is to frame it. For 100 samurai, I don't think I would. I wouldn't do the sides. So this is just the style. So you could say you wanted to do the GW style. That would be like if you went to Games Workshop and they're like, oh, how do I improve the Games Workshop method? They'd say that for everything. And then other areas, like you could have more shadow here. You could have more like light. So that would be considered more contrast. It's called volumetric highlighting. So that's a choice whether you want to like do that in your models or not. There's no need not to. But no need to if you don't want it. So like you can just like outline things basically. So where you can see the actual light bouncing on the model, that's you just paint that. So that's what it is, whether no matter what light it is in. But the reality is, what you've done is a style. It's a painting style. It's been done cleanly. It's been done well. You basically just have to pick a style that you like, and then like go from there. Huh. Get that coffee. No need to respond to that. So, I'm gonna have a break. Like a proper break. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Maybe lie down. Yeah, I think I damaged my camera putting it like that. Ah, whatever. Here's what it is. So, thanks for being with me. I'll definitely be back later. Right, there's no shadow of a doubt that I'll be back later. Peace out. Thanks for being with me. Got Ray Drax painting something really cool, so hang out with him, watch his stuff. I'll probably be doing the same. Peace. And I'll be back later, but maybe good night for you.
Play with that more, but that'll come easily enough. Hey, Warlander.